I was probably talking about Thursday. But those are some names that you should keep. Oh,
Sam
Klopp and Ramos
and
are
Sam
hot.
and Sam Bermudez
And
is
Sammy
riding
B
well,
is riding really well. So those are some names to remember when you're handicapping today.
By
But
the
a
way,
double for him.
Indianapolis 500, of course, on Sunday at IMS. Alex Palou winning the first Spaniard to win the Indianapolis 500. So there was a first on Sunday at IMS in the Indianapolis 500. And yesterday, speaking of victories,
Trent.
crawfish. Did you bet crawfish at the sports book? I'm not sure they actually
I think
had wagering
Fairgrounds
there
over here probably
at the
did.
Caesars
Trent
Sportsbook,
was
but
not
Trent McIntosh.
messing around.
No.
I would like to give you, that is our senior vice president of the property right there,
Yeah,
Trent
Horseshoe Indianapolis.
McIntosh. And what he was running forward. Now, I will tell you, I do have a direct quote from him. He said,
Crawfish.
first of
The
all, he
crawfish
said,
speaks.
world-class sprinter is what he called himself. And then I said, wow, that was impressive. I mean, you were running forward. And he said, my goal was that I would be first out of the gate and then make them catch me. I think they were waiting for somebody to say go.
Wow.
they missed the break. But yeah, he did a great job. And he said that they're going to do it again next year. So it'll be a lot of fun. I love that it's such a great senior leadership team. I mean, what other casino or big property like this has their
was
each
fun.
director of each department running in a blow up? I mean, they're just wonderful, wonderful people, and we're so lucky to have such great leaders.
And what a great run from the axolotl. A lot of
Yeah,
people
the
were like-
axolotl.
People were asking what was that in the pink? Who ran second to the crawfish?
was actually-
Justin.
yeah.
By the way, $3,000 Trent
We have
McIntosh
it.
for the Boys
Yeah.
and Girls Club of Shelby County. So all for worthy charities yesterday, and it was a lot of fun. And congratulations to Trent McIntosh, and as you mentioned, the entire senior management team, Horseshoe Indianapolis. That was a lot of fun for the fans here on the holiday.
Yeah, Justin filled in for Andrea, who is our director of food and beverage, and he got $2,000 for Pantry Pals. Love to see that. And then third, winning $1,000 for Helping Hands of Freedom was James Baker. Helping Hands of Freedom is a wonderful charity that benefits veterans. And then the People's Choice winner with the most donations was the Indy Great Pyrenees Rescue,
That's good, yeah.
which was here.
Close to your heart.
Yeah, winning $1,000. And I think that we're gonna look at one of those dogs. Don't need it. Not for me. Not for me. It's for my family, for my grandpa, who always has Great Pyrenees and has just passed away. But they had some really beautiful dogs, and hopefully you guys got their contact information if anybody's interested. All other charities received $500. Girls Inc., Turning Point, and CASA.
Again, cheers to the entire executive management team here at Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino, open 24/7. Of course, racing April through November, thoroughbred and quarter horse racing action here in the Hoosier State. And again, cheers to all for participating. And well done, Trent McIntosh, the crawfish, winning yesterday's contest here for the fans. Speaking of contests, today, Tuesday, the Jockey Agent contest is on tap for all of you handicappers looking to take part in this. Not only those on track at the first floor OTB, you can sign up there. Also online players at horseshoeindycontest@gmail.com. By the way, yesterday, Rachel Dooley's Legends, 138 players. I think that's a record.
buddy.
I know you've been here longer than me, but 138 players.
No,
in
yours
yesterday's
is really
Dooley's
popular.
Legends.
Yeah,
I think that's the most players in any contest ever in history here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Are you making that up?
I think it's true. It's got to be true. 138 players.
The
most
winner
ever.
was on track. Oh gosh, you're just doing a Trump thing. Don't get me like that. No, because remember we had like 168
That was a lot yesterday.
or a big number. That is huge. That's great.
Riker and Darbs didn't leave until midnight trying to,
Yeah, tally everything
all the
up.
results
Bless
and
their
everything.
hearts.
Yeah,
Poor kids.
marketing interns.
Yeah,
Great
there
job.
must be some
We
kind of
appreciate them.
labor law against that. Also, we want to remind you that you can still play Road to Champions. It's day 17. Obviously,
cool
it behooves
contest.
you,
Yeah.
because it's an accumulative one, but there's no problem getting in late. You could hit some big bombs. 17, end of May. This Thursday, May 29th, will be the first milestone of the contest with the top player winning $500. There's a total of $7,000 in grand prize money at the end of this. It goes through the whole meet, not the whole meet, barring a month at the end, a month at the beginning, but a few weeks of each. But for the predominant part of the meet, and 2 NHC seats. So join me at NHC if you can. Road to championsday.com. is where you can sign up.
Yeah, this is a great contest. Mentioning Dooley's Legends goes from all the way through the end of the meet in November. And, of course,
I'm looking at the
forward
radar. It
to
looks scary out there.
Indiana Champions Day coming up in the fall here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Great day of racing.
Yeah, one of the big days of the season here when state-bred champions are often crowned here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Speaking of the casino, and not only when we're not racing here on track, 2025 concert series, it was underway last Friday, being kicked off by the Journey tribute band Escape. They performed here, and nice turnout, and that continues on here through part of the summer months.
Yes, please join us in June. What's her name? Ella, I think. She'll be here. I can't remember. But we have a very special concert series, and it was a great success. So please join us. Completely free.
I want to mention the Corvette giveaway because that's approaching this weekend. So now's your chance. Don't wait, or else you won't have a chance to drive off in this set of Hot Wheels. You can check out the 2025 Corvette Stingray Convertible 2LT. The drawing for one lucky Caesars Rewards player. That'll be this coming Saturday, May 31st. So don't forget, we've got a live quarter
Can't
horse
put the
card
top down
here
today
on
in that
Saturday
Corvette,
at
can we?
10:40. Macy Tetrick, by the way, we're checking the radar. And again, fingers crossed for today's racing program. Fingers crossed for you if you're already entered to win this new Corvette. That drawing will be held here on Saturday. We'll have our old quarter horse card kicking off at 10:45 a.m. And of course, Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing Casinos open 24/7 as Rachel and I take a look at the weather, cloudy skies, but certainly some precip moving into town. Right now, the turf course rated good, rail of 36 feet, as we mentioned, to start off the race week in a fast main track, but we'll see what Mother Nature has in store for us. And I mentioned Saturday again, just to remind all of our horse players, because of course today, tomorrow, and Thursday, 2:10 p.m. Eastern, but then we've got that early kickoff on Saturday.
Yes, 10:45 a.m. It is our all quarter horse card. It's our first one of many. We're really excited. I already got a text from Martha about it, so she's super stoked about Saturday, May 31st. You can register for quarter four, so if one of the top four quarter horse jockeys wins a race, we'll draw a $20 race wager from everyone who's entered. It's completely free. That is provided by the Quarter Horse Racing Association. And visit the QHREI booth for info and activities that they're going to have. There's a $30,000 quarter horse maiden stakes and the Harley Green Derby, $82,000 Born Runner, and trials for the Horseshoe Indianapolis, with the final being held on Thursday, June 19th. The schedule gets a little wonky too. We should I'll add that to the I'll add it to the script that we're going to talk about. But we are going to be off for the next 2 Mondays, and then we have Saturday racing. We race almost every Saturday this month, almost.
Great start to the quarter horse meet, by the way, of course, as we go through this second and first full month here of the racing season at Horseshoe Indianapolis. But Tim Eggleston off to a not only solid start thoroughbred-wise, but quarter horses. In the finale yesterday, quarter horse maiden Juvenile Dash. It was Political Winner debuting for Tony Cunningham. Shows you the importance sometimes. And Martha Clausen, our quarter horse racing expert, Martha in her pre-race analysis.
Amazing.
Yeah, she'll mention this from time to time about these quarter horse maiden juveniles. Maybe take a look sometimes at if there happens to be, in addition to the workouts, if you get a trial race, getting a chance. And Political Winner had won a schooling race here in the morning for Tony Cunningham. Absolutely did it professionally yesterday. So a quarter horse juvenile, just to keep your eye on. Political Winner winning finale yesterday by a nostril. Thought that was a really good effort for Tony Cunningham yesterday. Thanks to our big sponsors in 2025, talking about, of course, Tequila Arador, Corbel, Brown Foreman, also Breed Development, and, of course, our Winner's Circle sponsor here in 2025, talking about Murphy Trailer Sales. They've got locations throughout town. You can reach out to them on the number you see on your screen, 765-361-8803. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. Murphy Trailer Sales. Also, our tote board and starting gate sponsor, B&H Electric. Cheers to them. They've got locations in town, also in Seymour and Bloomington. You can reach out to them, B&H Electric, that is, on the web at www.bh-electric.com. Also want to remind everybody, social media-wise, we've got you covered. You can reach out to all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, talking about yours truly on X at John G. Dooley, Racing Rachel on X at Racing Rachel M, Brian Aragoni on X at Mr. B Analyst, and I mentioned Martha Clausen. She'll be along later today. Yesterday, I noted Political Winner was a sharp quarter horse maiden juvenile dash winner to close out the holiday program. We'll also have state bred maiden quarter horse juveniles in our final dash of the day over the 250. So Martha Clausen will be along later around 6:15 during that 6 o'clock hour, talking about the finale today. You can reach out to Martha on X at Martha Clausen. And track-wise, we're not only on X, we're on Instagram, and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. So weather-wise, I mean, we've got, looks like some showers in the vicinity. Macy Tetrick, hopefully we can dodge a bit of a wet bullet here today at the shoe. Main track fast again. The turf course good, rail at 36 feet. But it's a nice car put together by Chris Paulson.
It is a very nice car.
Hope it all holds together.
Yes.
Stay tuned. Quick commercial break here on this Tuesday edition of Wire to Wire when the pre-race show returns. You'll be joined by racing analyst Brian Aragoni talking all things 50 Cent early pick 5 here at the track. Back with B right after this.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Look around. Spring is here. And no matter what you're planning or planting, it's nice to know Hubler Ford's got you covered for 200,000 miles. During Hubler's Spring Forward event, save big on a new Ford. You pay what we pay. Ford employee pricing for everyone. So spring forward, knowing Hubler's got you covered for 200,000 miles.
DriveHubler.com.
Welcome back to the second half portion of Wire to Wire, and hopefully you're enjoying your Tuesday here in Shelbyville, Indiana, whether you're on track enjoying some of the finest cuisine in all of Indiana with some elite service as well, or whether you're tuning in on the simulcast feed. Certainly thank you for tuning in. That's half the battle. Now the other half of the battle is going to be trying to pick some winners and find some value along the way as well. Maybe learn a thing or two about wagering tactics along with handicapping. Many people can handicap, but unless you're able to handicap and wager, handicapping is really just half the battle. You've got to be successful at both handicapping as well as wagering. Many people are excellent wagers, not very good handicappers, or vice versa. You have to have a combination of both, and that's something that many people do struggle with in this pari-mutuel game. We'll take a look at this early pick 5, 25 minutes away. Do scratch number 5, SIG 45. We're thankful to be on that turf course today, that beautiful turf course. Still set at good right now at this point. Hopefully we can get that up to firm later on in the week, but the rail setting at 36 feet will be on the turf in race number 4 for this early portion of the pick 5. And I found it to be challenging. Looks like there could be some beatable favorites in here, and I'm going to start by the day by trying to beat two favorites in both the 7 and the 8. Honorable Discharge is a 3-year-old colt by Army Mule who drew 85,000. You don't see very many Indiana breds go for 85,000. I didn't love what I saw in the workouts by any means. Does debut with Lasix today. They've been working out with blinkers on. They won't debut with the blinkers in here. We'll see how Honorable Discharge does. Is taking the lion's share of the early money. And then My Mr. Perfect is a horse that, frankly, I just think may prefer the turf. Has run very well on the turf, but is still winless after 9 races and is approaching that career maiden status. So we'll try to beat your 9-5 and your 2-1 at this point with some long shots. 1, 2, 4, and 6 in here. Hopefully one of these horses stretching out will appreciate the added distance today because, frankly, they haven't shown all that much sprinting, so maybe the added ground will make a big difference for 1, 2, 4, or 6. Race number 2, we kick off that $1 minimum pick 4. with 15% takeout. This will be one of the singles. I think this race looks like Gimme 3 Steps. Now, if you don't like Gimme 3 Steps, it's clear that this 4-year-old got a little bit late start to his season, has been training over at Hawthorne versus Horseshoe Indianapolis, has probably had maybe 2, if not 3 races that they likely could have entered in, and they enter in this spot. So Gimme 3 Steps could be vulnerable in this spot. I would recommend either singling or using trying to beat him without using him at all, because Gimme 3 Steps is not going to provide much value, I don't think, in the win pools. He's bound to take a lot of money. He brings in a 2-win race streak for Alberto Burgos, who has been heating up the past couple of weeks, along with John Herron winning at 22%. And I think Gimme 3 Steps is the real deal. Had a turn of foot that you typically only see reserved for turf races last year. Very impressive. But who knows? Maybe Dr. Alex is in. We'll get Brave on the front end, or Reflex will go back to the form he had shown in 2024, as Herron does enter in both the 3 and the 6. Make what you want of that, but I will single the 6 in this spot. Maybe on another ticket I'll go a little bit deeper and see if we can't beat the 6 in race number 2 to kick off that $1 minimum pick 4. Race number 3, 6 furlongs the distance on a fast main track. No scratches, no changes in this spot. It looks like, the race could go through Little Gin in Class. I know a lot of people fancy Little Gin in Class, and if you look at the buyer speed figures, very impressive. Now, last race looked like a 2-5 that was frankly dead in the water midway through the turn. Santos Sandra was asking her for her best run, and it didn't take until about the 16th pole that she put her mind on running. Now, maybe she didn't like the sloppy racetrack that day. She ended up winning relatively easily, despite if you had watched 90% of the replay, you would have thought Little Gin in Class had absolutely no. She wasn't really responding to the rider's requests the first quarter of a mile when he was asking so. Now, did get her mind on running, ended up being a very easy winner in that spot. Second start off the layoff could do her wonders. She should be tighter today. I expect her to break a little bit sharper. Mitch Merle in the saddle now, and I think she'll probably press the 3 or make sure to not allow Unbridled Divine get too loose on the lead, as that horse brings in a 2-race winning streak, 5-1 on the board. And then Shanghai Express could be the beneficiary if the 3 and the 7 do hook up. We'll go 2, 3, and 7 in the third. Race number 4, the first time we step on that turf course today, claiming 30,000, non-winners of 2, going 1 mile on the beautiful turf course of ours. I think this is a challenging race to handicap in here. I'm going to spread out, go pretty deep, and try to get through, because it's a tough race. It's a race in which I believe Caller is likely to go off favored for Calumet Farms with Owen Hardy, Fernando de la Cruz, a horse who does have 3 second-place finishes, ships in from Tampa. That form can translate as well, but it's a race that is challenging because it also starts off that late fire 5. So we'll go 2, 3, 4, 8, and 11. No true strong conviction. Maybe I draw your attention to a horse like Pool Guy at 12-1 for Thomas Humphreys. 1 for 9, has a win has never actually, the win came on the synthetic and has run very well in past races at the allowance level at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and now goes for the claiming ring. So get some class relief today. I think Pool Guy could mop him up when it's all said and done in race number 4. In the 5th race, maiden 12,500. Again, no true strong convictions. The only thing I'm going to do is take 2 stands against 2 horses that have raced against better and are costing someone a lot of money. Gruden Grinder, $230,000 sales purchase, and debuts for $12,500. Whoever that bloodstock agent was may potentially be looking for a different position with the debut of Gruden Grinder, because this was a swing and a miss. May win today, but they've got a long ways to get their investment back from $230,000 back in 2023. Gruden Grinder's works have been all out. Not overly impressive, but does get his guy Joe Ramos in the saddle, and that horse is going to take a lot of money. And then Giant Moon, a horse who debuted as the favorite just a month ago, March 29th, almost 2 months ago, March 29th at Oaklawn Park in a maiden special weight race. Went off favored, didn't run a step, dropped to maiden 50, and again missed the board, that time at 6-1. Now comes in for 12-5. They have waved the white flag on Giant Moon. I am going to try and take their commands. They want to potentially have the horse claimed by another group, and I'm going to go a different direction as well. 1, 2, and 4 in race number 5. Race 5 will dictate how well this early pick 5 and the late pick 5 pays, frankly. Maiden 12,500, and for bettors, it's the most critical race on the entire card. It encompasses both the early pick 4, the early pick 5, the late pick 5, and the late pick 4. And we're going to try and beat your A and B horses in there because it will make or break the day, and we'll find out how it plays out about 4:15 Eastern Standard Time. But we are 18 minutes away from the opener. John G. Dooley, the best in the business, has made his way up to the announcer's booth. He'll be the one you're here next as he takes you through the scratches and changes leading up to the opener on a Tuesday at the Shoe. Good luck today.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley. 9 races carded under cloudy skies, cooler temperatures. Main track is fast. The turf course rated good. Turf rail set at 36 feet. Here at the track, if you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Opening maiden starts off the 50-cent early pick 5. Top of the card, scratch number 5, Sig 45. Number 5, Sig 45 has been scratched from the maiden opener. Second race sprint starts the $1 early pick 4 off. Race 2, there are no changes, all 6 run. Third race sprint, no changes, all 7 run in the third, due at 3:12. Turning to the fourth, and the fourth race, Turf Mile. This starts the 50-cent late pick 5. Here, number 9, Act Your Wage. A jockey change to Jane Elliott. Jane Elliott will ride number 9, Act Your Wage. Number 10, Crooked Bullet, a jockey change to Adam Beschizza. Had a win here on the Memorial Day card on the turf. Adam Beschizza on 10, Crooked Bullet in the turf mile. Scratch the also eligibles. 13, Little Jake. 14, Noble Gentleman. 15, Only the Good. And 16, Indy Charges On. Scratch the AEs 13 through number 16 from the turf mile. With 9 carded, race 5 starts the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba this season. 5th race made in sprint. No changes in the 5th, all 9 run. On to race 6 we go. 6th race turf mile. Scratch 10, Creek Valley. 11, Captain's Best. Take out the 12, You Are Not the Father. And scratch 14, Pretty on the Prairie. Note the 13, McAdoo draws in. We'll check the scratches from the 6th race. For now, there they are. In the 7th race, from the maiden, scratch 3, Against the Wind. 14, Unbridled Hero. And 16, After Big Storm. No pentafecta wagering. 7th race maiden, scratch the 3, 4, and number 6. On to the 8th race we go. Race 8, starter turf mile. Scratch 3, Prince Shim. 6, Rebs Medal. 13, Step on It. 14, Driftwood. The 15, Chantry Flats. And take out the 16, Cool Rags. Scratch the 3, 6, 13 through number 16. All have been scratched. 5, Squash Blossom, 3 pounds over the listed program weight. And in the 9th, 6:15 p.m. closer, wrapping up the card with a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 250. Scratch the also eligibles. 11, Sizzlin' Ivory, and the 12S Predestinado. Scratch the also eligibles. No rider changes. Reported overweights. 5, Valiant the Storm, 2 over. Number 6, A Flair for Politics, plus 7 pounds. Number 7, CB Princess Haley, 3 over. And scratch the AEs, 11 and number 12, from the quarter horse maiden juvenile dash to wrap up proceedings today. Cloudy skies, cooler temperatures, main track fast, turf course rated good, turf rail set at 36 feet. We'll have the maiden opener due off in 11 minutes time. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And ladies and gentlemen, turning back for a moment to the sixth race in your program, that's a turf mile here on the card. Again, the turf course, good rail of 36 feet. Looking at the sixth race, confirming there in the turf mile, race 6, scratch 10, Creek Valley, 11, Captain's Best, 12, You Are Not the Father, and the 14, Pretty on the Prairie. Note in race 6, 13, McAdoo draws in. McAdoo, the number 13, runs in the turf mile. Race 6, confirmed, scratch 10, 11, 12, and the number 14 out of race 6. The horses stepping onto the track for the first race maiden at 1 mile and 70 yards. A field of 7. Number 5, Sig 45 has been scratched. Scratch the 5. Race 1 features exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Maiden starts are rolling doubles, pick 3s, and the 50-cent early pick 5. Again, main track fast, turf course under sprinkles, rated good. Turf rail set at 36 feet this race week. Nearing post time for the maiden opener. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Maiden starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Luis Contreras with Air Charger. Joe Ramos, he's all out in the Navy. Sammy Bermudez, Lookout Kid coming up. Fernando de la Cruz, Ambrojo de Amor drew 2. Ambrojo de Amor loaded. Evan Roman with Innis Free Lad. At 1 mile and 70 yards. Just a couple of them back. Adam Beschizza with the first-time starter, Honorable Discharge. My Mr. Perfect, 4-5, the first favorite. 5-2, Honorable Discharge, and 9-2, Lookout Kid. One more, Alberto Burgos with 9 times started by Mr. Perfect. Main track fast to start the 9-race card. They're in the gate. Away and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Air Charger and Brujo de Amor sharply away. Here's Innis Free Lad with the White Silks coming with an early bid. Lookout Kid with My Mr. Perfect. Honorable Discharge, that newcomer in the purple cap, and toward the inside, He's All Out has drifted back toward last as they round the first turn. Air Charger in tight quarters. It's Embrujo de Amor. So out to lead them for Fernando de la Cruz. Embrujo de Amor, the overall leader, as they go to the back. From between horses, Innis Free Lad, who's joined out wide by Honorable Discharge. Then to the inside is Air Charger running in 4th. Lookout Kid in the green cap. It's a break of 5 more to nearest the inside, He's All Out. And alongside that is making this backstretch run, My Mr. Perfect. The opening quarter in 25.17 seconds. For the run to the half-mile pole, Embrujo de Amor. Embrujo de Amor leads by 3/4 length. Adam Beschizza and Honorable Discharge second on the outside by 3.5. Innis Free Lad is running in 3rd. Lookout Kid on the outside and Air Charger toward the rail. It's a break of 5 more to My Mr. Perfect, and He's All Out trails here in the Tuesday opener. The half mile for the front runner, Embrujo de Amor controlled it. 49.49 seconds inside 3 furlongs to go. Honorable Discharge remains on the chase. And Brujo de Amor coming toward the quarter pole. And then Air Charger with Innis Free Lad in between horses. On the outside, My Mr. Perfect has the Lime Rally cap on. Lookout Kid is dropped back, and He's All Out trails. These maidens straighten for home after 3 quarters in 1 minute 14.91 seconds. And Brujo de Amor is a furlong away from finishing them off for Fernando. And Brujo de Amor leads by 3. Has put away Honorable Discharge. Air Charger continues to gain. My Mr. Perfect's bid is flattened out. They're close to home, and Brujo de Amor. Air Charger for Luis Contreras lifting late. Here's Air Charger. Air Charger. And Brujo de Amor nailed. Then a photo between Innis Free Lad and Lookout Kid for 3rd. $146.89 after the maiden. 146.89 fast. Photo finish. Hold on tickets. One, two, three, 6. After photos, 1 Air Charger, 14-1 first. 2 Embrujo de Amor at 6-1 denied in the maiden. 3 Innis Free Lad at 37-1 third, a nose over the 6. Lookout Kid at 6-1 fourth. Luis Contreras for Thomas Medina, Jim Edgar's homebred. Air Charger off the mark in his 5th run. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle at 14-1 odds. The one Air Charger with Luis Contreras. It's official. Air Charger is a 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Will Take Charge. Out of Air Ellie Balangfior. Tomas Medina trains. Jim Edgar's homebred. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Air Charger out to the maiden ranks today. $14-1 maiden winner starts off the 50-cent early pick 5. First results in. 1-2 exacta returned $171.80. 50-cent trifecta 1-2-3, $368.15. With Lookout Kid back in fourth. The 10-cent superfecta 1-2-3-6 paid $428 and change. 5 was a non-runner. 7 started in the maiden. Fast track 146.89. On to race 2 we go. State bred sprint with no changes. Race 2, all 6 run in the sprint. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 starts with a $1 early pick 4. Post time will be in 20 minutes at 2:40 in all cases if you can. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in just a moment, our first race replay of the maiden. Hope you had a bet on Air Charger. They're in the gate. Away and running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Air Charger and Brujo de Amor sharply away. Here's Innisfree Lad with the White Silks coming with an early bid. Lookout Kid with My Mr. Perfect. Honorable Discharge, that newcomer in the purple cap, and toward the inside, He's All Out has drifted back toward last as they round the first turn. Air Charger in tight quarters. It's Embrujo de Amor. So out to lead them for Fernando de la Cruz. Embrujo de Amor, the overall leader, as they go to the back. From between horses, Innisfree Lad, who's joined out wide by Honorable Discharge. Then to the inside is Air Charger running in fourth. Lookout Kid in the green cap. It's a break of 5 more to nearest the inside. He's All Out, and alongside that is making this backstretch run, My Mr. Perfect. The opening quarter in 25.17 seconds. For the run to the half-mile pole, Embrujo de Amor. Embrujo de Amor leads by 3/4 length. Animus Skitza and Honorable Discharge second on the outside by 3.5. Innisfree Lad is running in third. Lookout Kid on the outside and Air Charger toward the rail. It's a break of 5 more to My Mr. Perfect, and He's All Out trails here in the Tuesday opener. The half mile for the front runner, and Brujo de Amor controlled it. 49.49 seconds inside 3 furlongs to go. Honorable Discharge remains on the chase, and Brujo de Amor coming toward the quarter pole. And then Air Charger with Innisfree Lad in between horses. On the outside, My Mr. Perfect has the Lime Rally cap on. Lookout Kid is dropped back, and He's All Out trails. These maidens straighten for home after 3/4 in 1 minute 14.91 seconds. And Brujo de Amor is a furlong away from finishing them off for Fernando. And Brujo de Amor leads by 3, has put away Honorable Discharge. Air Charger continues to gain. My Mr. Perfect's bid is flattened out. They're close to home, and Brujo de Amor. Air Charger for Luis Contreras lifting late. Here's Air Charger, Air Charger. And Brujo de Amor nailed. Then a photo between his card. They're in the gate.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
Bombs away to kick off your Tuesday of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Luis Contreras times it right again. His win percentage now upwards of almost 20%. He's been excellent so far this meet, and he had an excellent clock in his head to kick off that early pick 5 at 14-1. Some big prices in verticals as well. Your favorites ran outside the superfecta, the top two. Ran 5th and 6th. Superfecta paid over $495. Trifecta, massive. And Exacta, $175 as well. We'll see if that trend will continue because I do believe we're going to have heavily backed favorites over the next 3 races. This kicks off the $1 minimum pick 4. 5.5 furlongs going to be the distance on a fast main track. We did have some brief showers you may have seen in the post parade last time out. We don't expect that to continue, and we'll stay on a fast main track at this point. Again, no scratches, no changes, and I did fall into the favorite in here. Give Me 3 Steps. I'd love to hear the story on this one, maybe around a bar or a fire or something, because Give Me 3 Steps did basically miss almost his whole 3-year-old campaign after showing a ton of talent. He debuted as an Indiana bred over at Oaklawn against Open Company, and not only against open competition, but also took on Older over there and ran some big numbers despite not hitting the board in either of those starts, but took on the likes of Hailstorm, Pineland, Boldoro, some horses that have gone on to do some very good things. Then shipped over against state-bred competition and was nothing short of dominant. In his first race on May 21st, he was kind of in tightly throughout. He fought to get out, and once he was given his head, I mean, he showed an excellent turn of foot, something that you typically only see in the turf races with the turn of foot. I was very impressed. However, he then went to the shelf, May 21st to October 29th. Red flags all over the board. I wouldn't have touched him with a 10-foot stick, but bettors were fearless. Came right back at 2-5. They dove into the well again, and they were rewarded. We'll see if it continues again. He's obviously had taken a little while to get back to the racetrack this season. We've been running for now 7 weeks almost here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. He's probably had 2 or 3 other races that he could have gone in. He's been training over at Hawthorne consistently. I don't notice any gaps, and it looks like bettors are signed on again. We'll see if Burgos and Gimme 3 Steps can make it 3 in a row for today's hammer time on the board. But Dr. Alex is in, could get brave on the front end. Michelle Elliott having herself an awesome meet as well. She's winning at 16%. Fernando de la Cruz has been her first call primarily, and when they team up, they're winning at 17%. He's been aboard. Dr. Alex is in the last two starts, an impressive winner here on opening day in which they broke sharp, showed good speed, dueled from the rail, and stayed on galloping very well despite what the diminishing win margin did gallop out as if they could have gone around again and the results would be the same. Now, they did run in the $100,000 Sagamore Sired Handicap where the waters were simply deeper. I don't think it was the moisture in the racetrack. I just think that it was a lot tougher quality horses. Mondavilla is a horse who could be an up-and-coming star in that division, and Dr. Alex is in, showed good speed, just didn't have the same finish as they did a few weeks prior. I think this horse is the threat to steal this one on the front end. If your favorite is not cranked and ready to go, I think Dr. Alex is in, is going to take some catching, but might have to deal with Reflex. When Reflex is on his A game, he shows a ton of early speed. Now, recently, he hasn't shown much of anything, really. He's ran 7th and 5th, so why use him? Well, John Heron enters in too. He's got the favorite. He's also got the long shot as well. And anytime a trainer enters in too and keeps them both in, I'm always paying attention and making note of who the other trainer's stablemate is. And I think Reflex on his best in day can absolutely win this race. He's run some good races. It wasn't all that long ago, in fact, last year, in which this was your Sagamore Sired Handicap champion. And not only did he win, he dominated a field of 12, winning at 60-1, but he looked darn good. Since that huge performance, he just has not come back the same. We'll see if he can get back to his 3-year-old season in which he was a monster on the racetrack, and he is John Heron's other horse in here. 20-1 being overlooked because the bettors have really keyed in on the 4, 5, and 6. I think that's here to stay, and if you're following those will pays, the 6 is not heavily backed in the will pays. Right now, maybe 1 to 2 on the board, but there's very little separation between the 4, 5, and 6 in those daily double will pays. Something to make note of, as oftentimes the favorites do get overbet in the win pool. We'll see if Gimme 3 Steps can return a winner in a row and make it a turkey in this spot for this 4-year-old gelding by Reddy's Image. The riders getting the leg up. 6 of them will battle it out for the victory as we kick off the $1 pick 4 right here at the shoe.
The horses call postward now for the second race. Here the Indiana bred sprint over the 5.5 furlongs, a field of 6. Lions Dash, all 6 run, no changes. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, double pick 3, and starts at the $1 early pick 4. Parading with 2 minutes to post time, 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Starts at the $1 early pick forward. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Ray Kuick. Joe Ramos with Rock the Red. Aaron Court, Positive Change coming up. Positive Change has joined Rock the Red. Evan Roman with Reflex. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Commando Joe. Give Me 3 Steps, even money favorite. 5-2 Commando Joe, and Dr. Alex is in. Coming up next with Fernando de la Cruz. Here's Dr. Alex is in. At 5.5 furlongs. One more, first run of 2025. Give Me 3 Steps with Alberto Burgos like Reflex. Both here for John Harron in the State Bred Sprint. Seconds of the day, they're in the gate. And they're off. And Dr. Alex is in, peeling away from the starting gate there for Fernando de la Cruz. Dr. Alex is in, crosses and clears rivals. On the outside, Give Me 3 Steps. Making his 4-year-old seasonal bow, he chases the pace. Reflex toward the inside of the black blinkers, and after a sharp start, Commando Joe fourth on the far outside. As they go toward the far turn, the trailers are positive change, and Rock the Red has drifted back to last. Dr. Alex is in, paving the path to 3 furlongs from home, tracked by Gimme 3 Steps. The quarter in 22.72, Dr. Alex is in, Gimme 3 Steps now looms up. Commando Joe's in the 3 path, with Reflex fourth and looking to stay this pace as these leaders blast past the quarter pole. Then farther back to Rock the Red on the far outside around positive change. And here come the Hoosiers. It's Gimme 3 Steps, who's taking the lead for Alberto Burgos into the stretch. Gimme 3 Steps leads. 1 furlong to go. Dr. Alex is in. Commando Joe charging on the outside. Gimme 3 Steps with a 2-length buffer zone. Commando Joe is now second. Late bid by Rock the Red. They're close to home. And Gimme 3 Steps returns to the shoe with success. Gimme 3 Steps holds Commando Joe. Rock the Red third. Positive change back and forth. .104.76 after the sprint. 104.76. 6412. The judges have posted the full unofficial run order to race 2. First, number 6. Gimme 3 Steps at 6-5 first. Number 4, Commando Joe at 3-1 was the runner-up. 1, Rock the Red, 10-1 third, and 2, Positive Change at 18-1 for the Superfecta. Hold all bets until official state bred sprint. First up in 2025 for Gimme 3 Steps. Alberto Burgos for John Harron with another victory here this meet. It was 6-5 on Gimme 3 Steps. Race 2 official. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 6, Gimme 3 Steps with Alberto Burgos. Gimme 3 Steps is a 4-year-old, big gelding by Reddy's Image. And of Amanda's Icebox by Icebox. Bred here in the Hoosier State by Martin Villafranco. Racing for John Harron, Harron Thoroughbreds NLC. First up in 2025 for Gimme 3 Steps for 3 in a row. 6-4 Exacta. Paid $13.20. 50-cent trifecta, 641, $10.85. The 1 and 6 opening double, linking up Air Charger with Gimme 3 Steps after the sprint, and even $75. With Positive Change fourth, the 10-cent superfecta, 6412, paid $5.75. In the Indiana bred sprint, favorite first, all 6 ran 104.76 after the running of race 2. Third race next on the docket. Next sprint, no changes, all 7 run, 20 minutes away. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, 3:10, post time. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Dr. Alex is in, peeling away from the starting gate there for Fernando de la Cruz. Dr. Alex is in, crosses and clears rivals. On the outside, give me 3 steps. Making his 4-year-old seasonal bow, he chases the pace. Reflex toward the inside of the black blinkers, and after a sharp start, Commando Joe fourth on the far outside. As they go toward the far turn, the trailers are positive change, and Rock the Red has drifted back to last. Dr. Alex is in, paving the path to 3 furlongs from home, tracked by Gimme 3 Steps. The quarter in 22.72, Dr. Alex is in, Gimme 3 Steps now looms up. Commando Joe's in the 3 path, with Reflex fourth and looking to stay this pace as these leaders blast past the quarter pole. Then farther back to Rock the Red on the far outside around positive change. And here come the Hoosiers. It's Gimme 3 Steps, who's taking the lead for Alberto Burgos into the stretch. Gimme 3 Steps leads. 1 furlong to go. Dr. Alex is in. Commando Joe charging on the outside. Gimme 3 Steps with a 2-length buffer zone. Commando Joe is now second. Late bid by Rock the Red. They're close to home. And Gimme 3 Steps returns to the shoe with success. Gimme 3 Steps holds Commando Joe. Rock the Red third. They're in the gate. And they're off.
10 minutes to the third race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And what a good looking group of ladies we have in the paddock right now. I kind of got distracted by little Jen in class, all dappled out down there as a little bit of rain has started. Actually, our track man, Tony Martinez, and I were talking about the track and the little bit of rain, and he said no big deal. But then we looked up as we were both walking out, and it had started raining again. So he went to the window, got on the radio, and is now going to assess the situation. But another little shower here today. Hopefully it continues to just be a light rain in the forecast for the Tuesday card. I'm going to go with Lil Jen in class, who I was just talking about. Right now, a 3-5 favorite. And on looks alone, this filly just, once she gets out of here, you'll be able to see. But she is just such an impressive looking 4-year-old filly. She's by Cole Front. She's making her 15th lifetime start. And look at these stats. She's 7 of 8 of her starts in Indiana Dirt, 6 of which were first or second place finishes. She's 8 of 9 last year, where it's not even across the board. All of those were first or second place finishes. She is the class of this group. I don't know if any of you like the Brisnet pages. I love them, and the prime power number for her is 125, the highest. She also has the best speed at the distance of 6 furlongs, which is 89. This is her second off the layoff. She came out on the slop and won. So if it does happen to be the case this rain changes anything, she still looks good. And Tim Eggleston is 23% when he's in allowance rank. So this is Indiana Breds, allowance optional claiming for 25. And I think her on the outside with Mitchell Merle aboard, they're going to be tough to take. Then I'm going to go to the 4 Spotty Showers. Just a whole lot of apropos names here. Spotty Showers has Marcelino Pedroza aboard, and right now on the tote board is 11-1, as the majority of the money is on the 7 at 3-5. Lauer, Mike, and Penny have bred. Penny owns, and Mike trains this 5-year-old mare who ended the meet with a second, sort of a best of the rest situation. Unbridled Talent won by 13. And was ahead of Spotty Showers in that race, obviously. And then she beat the 3rd place Sassy Katie by a neck. But all of those have been predominantly routes on turf, the most recent. You got to go all the way back to the first of the year in 2024 to find a sprint. And that was at 6.5. We're at 6 today, and it was a 3rd place finish. I think she's 5 now. I think she's going to enjoy going a little bit shorter. I like that move that he's made. So down in class is the key for me. As far as Indiana Dirt, she's ran a couple of nice seconds. But this is her first out of 2025. She's had, the winter off, 6 months off. Not shocking for an Indiana bred. So maybe give her 1, but I do like her here in my exacta. And then the 2, Shanghai Express, 7-2 on the tote board. Second choice here. Evan Roman is aboard for John Haran. And, this is a 5-year-old mare who looks really good as well in this group. Now, John is looking for a double, as he did win the last race there. So a training double for him. I'm sure he would appreciate here today. But Shanghai Express, she put up an 81 on debut in April 23rd. And she has, so if you go through all of her previous races, you go all the way back 6 tries, all the way back to March, back when she ran at Oaklawn. She has completed the Super 6 times in a row. So she is a good bet to hit the board. Play in your exotics, put in your tries, put in your Supers, as she is just a really honest mare. She tries every time. She even doesn't let a little bit of trouble stop her. She stumbled at the start. She was bumped at the start on her 2025 debut, but finished driving. That says something about a horse for sure. She's a gritty mare, and it's second off the layoff. She also put up an 81 in her debut, I think I said, but that speed was just really nice at the distance, and she definitely is one that you can't leave out in this group. Bettors agree because they're right behind her, Lil Jen in class. But that's who I have on top, Lil Jen in class here in the 3rd race. This does start at 50-cent pick 3. And next up, B will go over his late Fire 5 ticket. So stick around.
Horseshoe Indianapolis paddock judge Brandy Bell with a call for riders up. The horses stepping onto the track for the third race. Distaff sprint over the 6 furlongs, a field of 7. Light showers, main track fast. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. No changes here in race 3 with 2 minutes to post time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for this distaff dash. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for this distaff sprint. Fernando de la Cruz, single her, making her 5-year-old seasonal bow. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with spotty showers. First couple of mares in. Evan Roman with Shanghai Express. Santo Sanjor, Very Amelia, drew 5. Now Unbridled Divine, Alberto Burgos going for a double with John Harron. Air Charger and Gimme 3 Steps, our first 2 winners. Yamari Correa with Wildcat Justice will stand by. At 6 furlongs, 1 more. Mitchell Morrow with Lil Gin in class was the last out winner here in her 4-year-old seasonal bow. All in line. And they're off. Lil Gin in class, Unbridled Divine, both sharply away. Single her with early interest, it's Unbridled Divine. With Alberto Burgos, Unbridled Divine takes the top from Single her, pressing toward the inside, and Lil Gin in class is right there too. Making this dash toward the half-mile pole, with Shanghai Express now through into 4th. Very Amelia has the purple cap, and then comes Wildcat Justice, who's running second to last and trailing. In her first run of 2025, Spotty Showers is last year in the Spotty Showers, with a quarter was passed in 22.39 seconds. This is 3 furlongs from home with Mitchell Murrell, Lil Gin in class. The favorite at 1 to 5, led coming toward the quarter pole. Single her continues to pursue Lil Gin in class, who went to the front. Unbridled Divine flashed that speed, but has dropped back under pressure. Very Amelia coming with a wide sweep. Then Shanghai Express, Wildcat Justice, and Spotty Showers last. Top of the lane, it's Lil Gin in class. Half mile, 45.61 seconds. Furlong grounds for Lil Gin in class, who's wide into a 3-length lead. Inside the final half furlong now from Single her with Shanghai Express running on, then Very Amelia. They're close to home with Mitchell Murrell. Lil Gin in class wins back to back. Lil Gin in class by 4 from Shanghai Express. Single her third, Very Amelia finish fourth. 111.39 after the distaff sprint. 111.39, 7.215. The judges have posted the unofficial run order after race 3. First, number 7, Lil Jin and Class at 1-5 first. 2, Shanghai Express at 7-2 was the runner-up. 1, Single Her at 15-1 odds third, and 5, Very Amelia at 22-1 for the Superfecta. Favorite takes it out, wins back-to-back, 2 for 2 this season. Lil Jin and Class, the Cold Front filly. Mitchell Murrow for Tim Eggleston. 514 Racing LLC, another win at the meet. Third race official in the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle. For a second time this season, she's 2 for 2, Little Jin and Class, with Mitchell Murrow today. Little Jin and Class is a 4-year-old. Dog Bear Brown filly by Cold Front. And a Ginny's Classic by Sky Classic. Bred here in the Hoosier State by Nancy Winchell. Tim Eggleston trains for Matt Kwiatkowski's 514 Racing LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates this repeat meet winner, Lil Jin and Class. $260 to win after the distaff sprint. 7-2 exacta, $7 even. 50-cent trifecta, 7-2-1, $17.80. 6-7 double, $9.40. Favorite swept a double for $9.40. First pick 3 on the card. 1 with a 6 with a 7. Air Charger to Gimme 3 Steps to Little Jin and Class after the sprint. $28.70. With Very Amelia fourth. The 10-cent Superfecta, 7-2-1-5, paid $14.28. And the fillies and mares sprint, favored first, all 7 ran, 111.39. 20 minutes away from race 4. Spotting showers here at the Shoe. Course remains rated good. Turf rail set at 36 feet. In the turf mile, Scratch, the also eligibles. 13, Little Jake. 14, Noble Gentleman. 15, Only the Good. And 16, Indy Charges On. Scratch the also eligibles. Couple of jockey changes. Number 9, Act Your Wage. Jane Elliott rides 9, Act Your Wage. 10, Crooked Bullet. The jockey, Adam Beschitza. Adam Beschitza's on 10, Crooked Bullet. Scratch the alsos. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3. Starts at the 50-cent late pick 5. Turf mile begins the $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3. Spotty showers, post time 3:40. And they're off. Lil Jin and Class, Unbridled Divine, both sharply away. Single Her with early interest, it's Unbridled Divine. With Alberto Burgos, Unbridled Divine takes the top from Single Her, pressing toward the inside, and Lil Jin and Class is right there too. Making this dash toward the half-mile pole, with Shanghai Express now through into 4th. Very Amelia has the purple cap, and then comes Wildcat Justice, who's running second to last and trailing. In her first run of 2025, Spotty Showers is last year in the Spotty Showers, where the quarter was passed in 22.39 seconds. This is 3 furlongs from home with Mitchell Murrow, Lil Jin and Class. The favorite at 1-5, led coming toward the quarter pole. Single Her continues to pursue Lil Jin and Class, who went to the front. Unbridled Divine flashed that speed, but has dropped back under pressure. Very Amelia coming with a wide sweep. Then Shanghai Express, Wildcat Justice, and Spotty Showers last. Top of the lane, it's Lil Jin and Class. Half mile, 45.61 seconds. Furlong grounds for Lil Jin and Class, who's wide into a 3-length lead. Inside the final half furlong now from Single Her with Shanghai Express running on, then Very Amelia. They're close to home with Mitchell Murrow. Lil Jin and Class wins back to back Little Jin in class by 4 from Shanghai Express. Single her third, Very Amelia. Finish worth.
Look around. Spring is here. And no matter what you're planning or planting, it's nice to know Hubler Ford's got you covered for 200,000 miles. During Hubler's Spring Forward event, save big on a new Ford. You pay what we pay. Ford employee pricing for everyone. So spring forward, knowing Hubler's got you covered for 200,000 miles.
DriveHubler.com.
Turf racing returns to the shoe on a Tuesday. We're on a good turf course, rail setting at 36 feet. Scratch year also eligibles 13 through 16 do not get in. Big fields typically means big handle and potentially big payouts in this race, and it also kicks off that late flyer 5. If you're still alive in the early pick 4 or that early pick 5, certainly wish you the best of luck. But let's take a look at this field now, just 8 minutes away. I found this to be a challenging endeavor and one that you're going to get paid and rewarded generously if you are going to be successful. We're going to have a heavily backed favorite in the 4 at 9-5, but I think there's some other directions you could take a look at in here. And my eye was drawn to the deuce. Tis Wicked Strong. Cipriano Contreras, Manny Esquivel aboard. Gonna demand fair value on this one, and they're right at that morning line. An excellent morning line has been set because the projection indicates 5-1 as well. However, Tis Wicked Strong does have a tendency to simply settle for less, and this horse has burned some money along the way, had previously been beaten at very low odds multiple times at Presque Downs on the synthetic. Hasn't hit the board in 3 turf starts, but has been in good form. And this is what Cipriano Contreras does. He claims horses elsewhere, brings them to Horseshoe Indianapolis, and has plenty of success. And despite running an even finishing 4th last time out, is still well above the claiming tag. Claim for 20, in for 30 today. Going to the turf course in here and should get some pace to chase. It's a big field. Our turf course hasn't shown the ability to come from way, miles out of it. I don't think that's the case with Tis Wicked Strong. There's some synthetic races where he was able to put himself in the race a little bit sooner than he has recently. I think he's got more tactical speed than his recent form would suggest. And Manny Esquivel going to be a little bit more aggressive, and he's winning at 21%, so he has certainly been pushing all the right buttons. We'll see if he can push them again with Tis Wicked Strong. But the 11 is taking a ton of love in the win pools right now, and that is Pool Guy looking to mop this group up. Joe Ramos going to be in the saddle in here for Thomas Humphreys. While Ramos is winning at 18%, I believe as of last week he was winless so far on the turf, and I think he really excels on the turf. At least he has the past 2 years. That is not going to stay long, and he looks to reverse that trend right here with Pool Guy, who, while winless on the turf, is consistent on the turf, does have a late running style that has also led him to results that aren't necessarily the winning kind. He's more of a one-run closer, but his lone win, he actually showed good speed, albeit the fractions were incredibly slow. But in his lone win, he went off at 30-1, got the lead, and really never looked back. So it was the only time in his entire career that he's shown speed. We'll see what they opt to do today with the good-looking gray, but they are taking a ton of love. 12-1 morning line, currently third of that at 4-1, and the projections would indicate this horse could go as low as 7-2 when it's all said and done. But a lot of the money has come in on Caller. I expect the computers to love Caller, shipping in from Tampa Bay Downs. They've raced with this one all over the country. Debuted at Presque Isle, went over to Kentucky Downs, went to Keeneland, and then has found a home in Tampa with Owen Hardy for Calumet Farms Homebred, who is lightly raced, only making start number 9 today, has 3 third-place finishes, and this one has more tactical speed than some of the others, but has been bet down to favoritism the last 2 starts with good numbers. I mean, this horse ran very well. Winning at 1-2, and then took on winners for the first time, which is always a tall task, was bet down to favoritism again and had to settle for second. We'll see what Caller does in here with the Indiana debut on our turf course. A horse who is certainly bringing in good form, but there are some question marks in here for Caller. We'll see if Fernando de la Cruz can get the job done, as this one will go to the post favored at 2-1. But let's take a look at this late fire 5 in here. The late fire 5 kicks off just 4 minutes away. It'll be on your screen as the rider's getting the leg up. They'll be out on the post parade, and you can see that late fire 5 ticket on your screen. We've got 3 turf races, and we also kick off that $1 horseshoe hat trick as well. The horseshoe hat trick has been a huge hit here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and you can't win it if you're not in it. It includes all 3 turf races. It's the $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3. Today, those races are 4, 6, and 8, and they all feature some big fields and plenty of value to be had. The last 2 races, we've seen favorites come home to score. Will that trend continue, or will we buck that trend as we step on the turf course? We'll find out 4 minutes from the Late Fire 5.
The horses call post were down for the 4th race. A field of 12 here in the turf mile. Scratch the also eligibles. 13 Little Jake, 14 Noble Gentleman, 15 Only the Good, and 16 Indy Charges On. Scratch the also eligibles. A couple of rider changes. 9 Act Your Wage. Jane Elliott partners the 9 Act Your Wage. 10 Crooked Bullet. A change of jockey to Adam Beskitza on 10 Crooked Bullet. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. Double pick 3. Turf mile starts the 50-cent late pick 5. Kickoff of the $1 horseshoe hat trick gold turf pick 3. The worst spotty showers. Course rated good. Rail at 36 feet. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time for the turf mile. Start to the 50-cent late pick 5. All turf pick 3. Due now. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Well, the first of 3 times today, crossing over to the turf course near the mile start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the turf mile. First up and in, C'est Magnifique. Mitchell Morrill riding for a double on the card. Andres Calleja with Speed Institute has the rail draw. Manny Esquivel with Tis Wicked Strong. Now Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Porches went in well. Samuel Bermudez with Pritchard coming up. Jane Elliott partners Act Your Wage. Fernando de la Cruz, callers in the Calumet Farm colors, black with the gold chevrons and a black cap. Carlos Barbosa, first run since the fairgrounds for Baltimore Heart. Maroon white diamond belt and a white cap here in the turf mile. Now Danilo Grasales Rave with Orbi 1. Orbi 1 went in well. Cloudy skies here. Course rated good. Turf rail set this week at 36 feet here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Now Adam Beschizza with Crooked Bullet coming up. Calder 8-5 favorite. Just a couple of them back. Joe Ramos, Pool Guy drew 11. So stand by. One more. Coco Merger with the count is in. Start to the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Pritchard sharply away. Baltimore Heart. Orbi 1 is also forward as they make their way toward the first turn. Here's Act Your Wage, who's up and after the lead now for Jane Elliott. Act Your Wage just leads out. This early bid by Crooked Bullet as they turn. After breaking sharp, Pritchard is running in third. Between horses, Baltimore Heart and Orbi 1 is a wide fifth. Speed Institute, the gray, is a ground-saving sixth. They have just over 6 furlongs to run. Following Speed Institute, the count is on is next, while 3 clear from Caller. Black silks with gold chevrons and a black cap. First run since the fairgrounds for Porches, who's saving ground. Pool Guy is there with Porches alongside. Then comes Tis Wicked Strong, who's running in 11th. And C'est Magnifique trails the dozen. 22.79 for the lead part, going past the half-mile pole. And Crooked Bullet leads the turf mile with Adam Beschizza. Crooked Bullet dictates terms to a close-up Baltimore Heart. Act Your Wage is tracking them from third by a length. Orbi 1 running in fourth. Pritchard, a ground-saving fifth with a rail of 36 feet. And Kohler is now picking up. Kohler is gaining as they round the far turn. Then comes Pool Guy, who's starting a bid with the count is on. Speed Institute has been saving ground, but to no avail at this point. Then further back, Tis Wicked Strong. Porches is running in the 11th. C'est Magnifique still last of 12, under a quarter of a mile to go. Half mile was just over 47 seconds at the turn-in. It's Crooked Bullet. Here comes a sweep by Caller. Orbi 1's looking for a gap. Baltimore Heart has the maroon blinkers. The count is on tight with the running rail. Pool Guy's in the clear. Porches under pressure. Tis Wicked Strong over here on the stand side. In the meantime, Caller's got it away. With Fernando de la Cruz, it's Calder near home, and Caller wins by 2 to Pool Guy. Tis Wicked Strong third, then Porches Orbi 1, and after that was Pritchard. 137.40 after the turf mile. 137.40, 40-11-2, then a photo. 4, Kohler. 2-1 first, 11. Pool Guy. 4-1, the runner-up after the turf mile. 2, 'Tis Wicked Strong. 5-1 third. Porches with Orby 1 and Pritchard was after that pair. The count is on. Baltimore Heart, Speed Institute. C'est Magnifique. Crooked Bullet led, but tailed off. Stand by for the fourth from the judges. Kohler, Fernando de la Cruz, Owen Hardy, a Calumet Farm win at 2-1. The judges have posted number 8, Porches. Porches at 6-1, fourth, 4-11-2-8. In the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 4, Kohler with Fernando de la Cruz. Kohler's a 4-year-old dark bear brown colt by Dialed In. On a Glamour Matter by Unbridled Song, Owen Hardy trains Brad Kelly's homebred for Calumet Farm. In the black gold chevrons, Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the turf mile winner, Kohler. Race 4 official. The 4-11 exacta after the turf mile, combining Kohler with Pool Guy. Here's that result, $28.20. 50-cent trifecta, 4-11-2, $24.30. 7-4 double, $8.60. 10-cent superfecta, $21.59. Porches fourth. 50-cent pick 3, covered races 2, 3, and 4. Returns $5.95. In the turf mile, favorite first, 12 ran. 137.40 seconds, good, ran at 36 feet after the running of race 4. In the 5th, maiden sprint, there are no changes, all 9 run. No changes in the next one. Maiden with exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, started the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Clearing skies, main track fast, post time 4:11. And they're off. And Pritchard sharply away. Baltimore Heart Orby 1 is also forward as they make their way toward the first turn. Here's Act Your Wage, who's up and after the lead now for Jane Elliott. Act Your Wage just leads out. This early bid by Crooked Bullet as they turn. After breaking sharp, Pritchard is running in third. Between horses, Baltimore Heart and Orby 1 is a wide fifth. Speed Institute, the gray, is a ground-saving sixth. They have just over 6 furlongs to run. Following Speed Institute, the Count is on is next, while 3 clear from Caller, black silks with gold chevrons and a black cap. First run since the fairgrounds for Porches, who's saving ground. Pool Guy is there with Porches alongside. Then comes Tis Wicked Strong, who's running in 11th. And Say Magnifique trails the dozen, 22.79 for the lead part, going past the half-mile pole. And Crooked Bullet leads the turf mile with Adam Eskitza. Crooked Bullet dictates terms to a close-up Baltimore Heart. Act Your Wage is tracking them from third by a length. Orby 1 running in fourth. Pritchard, a ground-saving fifth with a rail of 36 feet, and Caller is now picking up. Caller is gaining as they round the far turn. Then comes Pool Guy, who's starting a bid with the Count is on. Speed Institute has been saving ground, but to no avail at this point. Then further back, Tis Wicked Strong. Porches is running in 11th. Say Magnifique still last of 12, under a quarter of a mile to go. Half mile was just over 47 seconds at the turn in. It's Crooked Bullet. Here comes a sweep by Caller. Orby 1's looking for a gap. Baltimore Heart has the maroon blinkers. The Count is on tight with the running rail. Pool Guy's in the clear. Porches under pressure. Tis Wicked Strong over here on the stand side. In the meantime, Caller's got it away. With Fernando de la Cruz, it's Calder near home, and Caller wins by 2 to Pool Guy. Tis Wicked Strong third, then Porches Orby 1, and after that was Pritchard.
8 minutes to the fifth race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and this starts our late Itoba $1 pick four on races 5, 6, 7, and 8. Put together a $48 ticket. Go over that here in a second, but let's quickly go over this fifth race, which is a 3-year-old now maiden claiming for 12,506 furlongs. And I'm going to go with the one here at 5 to 2, A Champ's Dream. Arcilio Flaco is aboard here for Lily Gonzalez, and this is a 3-year-old gelding who on debut ended up second in that race after a bump at the start. At today's distance is in the same class, same distance. We've still got a fast track. It's barely raining out. I went downstairs to talk to some trainers, and it's just barely raining out there. It's chilly. This is the kind of weather horses love to run in. And the one feeling his oats today, definitely feeling good. Love to see it. Also put up the highest last race speed figure of 76. The 8 is the favorite right now at 2 to 1. Giant Moon, Fernando de la Cruz, is aboard. He is looking for a riding double and a second day for a double as well, as he did score one yesterday. Brad Cox is the trainer here, 3-year-old gelding who's making his third lifetime start. He debuted at Oaklawn at the end of March on the mud. In those salty maiden special weights, he was the beaten favorite there. Then he went to stayed at Oaklawn on a good track, today's distance again, in a maiden claiming for 50. Now he's dropping down all the way to 12.5, sends him over here to Ricky, who runs his barn here in Indiana. Brad, when he drops him down 2+ classes, is 27%. He's also 27% in maiden claiming ranks. Not shocking, as he's high percentage in almost everything, but I do like the works here. May 10th worked 48-3 breezing, and then May 17th as well, 4 furlongs, 49, 7 of 30. So got used to the Indiana Oval, and we'll see how it takes race time. Really lanky, long-legged, beautiful 3-year-old gelding as well, Giant Moon. And then I'm going to round it out with the 6. Millard, a Maverick. The 6 is 11 to 1 right now on the tote board. Alberto Burgess is aboard, and Burgess looking for a double as well after winning the second race today. He's riding here for Rob Dobbs, a 4-year-old gelding who out of 9 has only been second and third. If you go back, ran on the turf at Indiana. The closest that this one got was second by a neck in a maiden claiming for 20. 5/8 on the grass. That was back last July. Then has been kind of all over the place. Couple of even fourths dropping down. One to end the meet in the year last year, and debut was on May 6th at today's class, and still an even fourth against this company. A couple of those horses were in this race. So I just think that this one, a claim repeater, second time with this company, will do better. And I like the numbers as well compared to the rest of the group. 186 for me, and then my ticket, we'll throw that up here on the signal. In the next leg, I have 3 and 13. And then on to race 7, I went 1-5, which is a maiden with a couple of scratches. And then to round it out, I spread in that 8th race. I think that starter optional claiming is a tough one. I went 2, 7, 8, 9 for a $48 play. So get your tickets in early. We're 4 minutes to race 5. Good luck.
The horses coming onto the track now for the fifth race. Maiden sprint over the 6 furlongs with a field of 9. No changes here, all 9 run. No changes, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 and start to the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. 2 minutes to post time. 2 and 2. Less than 1 minute to post time. Start to the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading Arcelio Flacco with a Champ's Dream. Was second here on debut this month. Now Jose Gutierrez with Cause I'm a Boss. Josh Morales, Decatur Street going in. Miller the Maverick. Alberto Burgos with a win on the card. Samir Bermudez, Midnight Noir going in. Hannah Leahy, Urso Gradar. Mr. Oklahoma, Mitchell Morrow won our third of the day for Tim Eggleston and 514 Racing. Mr. Oklahoma went in okay, a couple of them back. Giant Moon, Fernando Leto Cruz riding for a double on the card. Fast Track. One more. Joe Ramos and this newcomer, Gruden Grinder. Giant Moon 8-5 favorite. Here comes the fifth. They're in the gate. Because I'm a Boss getting fidgety. So we can hear the walkie-talkie from the steward's room. Looks like they might be backing out Cause I'm a Boss. Okayed by the track veterinarian to reload and run with Jose Gutierrez. Cause I'm a Boss. Reloading. Stand by. Those in line are standing well. Back in, Cause I'm a Boss, after being fractious in the gate. Ready. All in line. And they're off. Giant Moon couldn't have broken any better for Fernando Leto Cruz. Midnight Noir has speed along with Mr. Oklahoma in the green cap. And here's a Champ's Dream making a dash now for Arcelio Flacco. It's a Champ's Dream to the top for Mr. Oklahoma. Midnight Noir, they pursue. After breaking like a rocket, Giant Moon is back in fourth. Gruden Grinder wide fifth. Miller the Maverick sixth in between horses. Decatur Street is seventh with the rail. As they head to the far turn, Osor Gradar running second to last at the 3.5. Cause I'm a Boss trails the maiden sprint. The opening quarter passed in 22.77 seconds. A Champ's Dream just inside 3 to go. A Champ's Dream leads by a length to Mr. Oklahoma. Giant Moon in the 3 path as these leaders make their way toward the quarter pole, with Miller the Maverick running in fourth. Gruden Grinder wide fifth put to pressure. Oso Gradar, Midnight Noir, Decatur Street, and we trail back to Cause I'm a Boss, who was fractious in the gate. Mr. Oklahoma's come with a sweep into the stretch. Half mile went in a flat 46 seconds. It's Mr. Oklahoma. A Champ's Dream tries to rally on. Giant Moon a close on the outside, but Mr. Oklahoma has the lead past the 16th. Giant Moon is still trying. It's Mr. Oklahoma for Mitchell Morrow. Mr. Oklahoma is safe at home. Had a length to spare over Giant Moon. A Champ's Dream third, then Miller the Maverick and Gruden Grinder. $112.19 after the maiden sprint. $112.19, 4.816 the unofficial. For Mr. Oklahoma, 5-1 first. The 8 Giant Moon, 8-5 favorite, was the runner-up in the maiden. Won at Champ's Dream at 3 to 1/3 and 6. Miller to Maverick at 5 to 1, getting into the Superfecta. 4-8-1-6, couple of wins on the card for Mitchell Merle, Tim Eggleston. Another for Matt Kwiatkowski's 5-1-4 Racing LLC after their third race win. It's Mr. Oklahoma out to the maiden ranks. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 4, Mr. Oklahoma. Riding double for Mitchell Merle. Mr. Oklahoma is a 3-year-old dark bay or brown gelding by Code West out of Towanda by Dynaformer. Bred in Oklahoma by Brian Hawk. A couple of wins on the card for Tim Eggleston and for Matt Kwiatkowski's 5-1-4 Racing LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections, Mr. Oklahoma, on Maiden No More. Race 5 official. The 4-8 exacta paid $52 even. The 10-cent superfecta 4-8-1-6, $37.42. 50-cent trifecta 4-8-1, $54.55. 4-4 double, $70.80. The $1 early pick 4-4-4, $113.50. 50-cent pick 3, $26.40, and the 50-cent early pick 5, 5 of 5 returns $655.10. Claim 9, Gruden Grinder for $12,500. New owner Joseph Longton, trainer Shannon McGovern claimed Gruden Grinder. 112.19 after the maiden, on to race 6. In the turf mile, scratch 10 Creek Valley, 11 Captain's Best, 12 You Are Not the Father, and 14 Pretty on the Prairie. No 13 McAdoo draws in. McAdoo the 13 runs on the turf. Scratch 10, 11, 12, and the number 14. Exacta trifecta superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta on the turf mile, double pick 3. Post time at 20 minutes at 4:43. Hold in line. And they're off. Giant Moon couldn't have broken any better for Fernando Letta Cruz. Midnight Noir has speed along with Mr. Oklahoma in the green cap. And here's a Champ's Dream making a dash now for Arcelio Flacco. It's a Champ's Dream to the top for Mr. Oklahoma. Midnight Noir, they pursue. After breaking like a rocket, Giant Moon is back in 4th. Gruden Grinder wide 5th. Miller to Maverick 6th in between horses. Decatur Street is 7th with the rail. As they head toward the far turn, Osor Gradar running second to last at the 3.5. Cause I'm a Boss trails the maiden sprint. The opening quarter passed in 22.77 seconds. A Champ's Dream. Just inside 3 to go. A Champ's Dream leads by a length to Mr. Oklahoma. Giant Moon in the 3-path as these leaders make their way toward the quarter pole, with Melody Maverick running in 4th, Grid and Grinder wide 5th put to pressure. Also Gradar, Midnight Noir, Decatur Street, and we trail back to Cause I'm a Boss, who was fractious in the gate. Mr. Oklahoma's come with a sweep into the stretch. Half mile went in a flat 46 seconds. It's Mr. Oklahoma. A Champ's Dream tries to rally on. Giant Moon a close on the outside, but Mr. Oklahoma has the lead past the 16th. Giant Moon is still trying. It's Mr. Oklahoma for Mitchell Murrow. Mr. Oklahoma is safe at home. Had a length to spare over Giant Moon. A Champ's Dream 3rd, then Melody Maverick and Grid and Grinder.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Look around. Spring is here, and no matter what you're planning or planting, it's nice to know Hubler Ford's got you covered for 200,000 miles. During Hubler's Spring Forward event, save big on a new Ford. You pay what we pay. Ford employee pricing for everyone. So spring forward, knowing Hubler's got you covered for 200,000 miles.
DriveHubler.com.
11 minutes to the sixth race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and that race giving the combination of Mitchell Merle and Tim Eggleston a double as they won the third and then that fifth race very nicely, if I do say so myself. I definitely knew Mitchell moving his tag here was going to be a good thing, and he's definitely heating up. The sixth race is an Indiana sired 3-year-old and up allowance. They're going a mile on the grass. Still listed as good, rails at 36 feet. The 10, 11, and 12 are out, as well as the 14, but the 13, McAdoo, does draw in, and that is my top selection right now, sitting on the board at 3-2. I didn't really see that happening. Didn't know it was going to get bet down that much, but Mitchell looking for a triple here, and I think Mitchell has a really good shot at getting a hat trick. This is a 3-year-old colt by Harry's Holiday, making his 7th lifetime start. Broke the maiden second off the layoff here in Indiana. Did debut here and was third beaten a length, then tried Churchill Fairgrounds and came back to Indy. They routed this one on the grass and ended up winning by half a length with Mitchell aboard. So same distance, same surface, but this is first time with winners. So it is a step up, but Mitchell's hot. He's aboard here for Greg Foley. I like the speed figure he put up in the last race of the 72. And this horse should just set right off the pace and stalk the leader. Hopefully we'll have something to run at. A beautiful bay, just a super cute bay colt here in the paddock. And then I'll go to the 3, who I thought would be the favorite, but is 7-2 right now, and that is VMAX. VMAX gets Alex Achard aboard for Ethan West, and Ethan having a wonderful year this year. 4-year-old Gelding by Unbridled Express, the ever popular Indiana sire, was top sire for many years in a row, and this Gelding has the same gray as his father. The dam out of Noble Cosme fighting Xena has had some success. Now this one hasn't raced since 2024, so it's the first out. Ended the meet with a few seconds, and then a fifth at the very last start. But the better's favored in its last two. 6 months off, so the winner put in a sharp work on May 21st on the Poly at Turfway. I think that this gelding is going to be right there in the thick of it. Kind of has a very similar running style to my top selection, the 13. And then I'm going to go to the 6, Zach. Burgess is aboard, who has won the second race, and he is looking for a double in the top standings, vying for the lead in the jockeys standings here. Alberto Burgess aboard in this race for John Horan. And John also looking for a double, as him and Burgess got together for a win in the second race. This horse had a 2024 that was kind of tough, 11 starts, a first, a second, and a third. And then took the winner off, obviously, came back on May 6th and was going to route on the grass, but it got taken off. So draw a line through that one. I think getting back to the turf here is going to be the key for this 4-year-old gelding by Pass Rush. So I've got 13, 3, 6, and the 6 in the paddock just looks tremendous on its toes there and ready to go. So I'm going to go with Mitchell here up for Greg Foley. McAdoo is my top selection. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 6th race on parade. Parading for the Turf Mile. Course rated good. Harry Field at 10. Scratch 10, Creek Valley. 11, Captain's Best. 12, You Are Not the Father. And the 14, Pretty on the Prairie. Scratch 10, 11, 12. And the number 14, Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. 10 cent Pentafecta. Double pick 3. 3 minutes to post time. The Turf Mile. Due in 3 minutes time. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Crossing over to the turf course on final approach. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Evan Roman with To Fly and Fight. Alberto Burgos and Zach in line. Now Jane Elliott with Inclined. Loading for the turf mile. Big Thomas. Joseph Romero claims a 7-pound apprentice allowance. Alex Achard with VMAX. Big Thomas in. VMAX joins. Joseph Belmer and Mystery Impact. To Fly and Fight, Fractious in the gate. Has the rail draw to Fly and Fight. Given an 18-1 chance. They've backed the gray To Fly and Fight out to the gate. Here's the drone view. At 19-1 To Fly and Fight back in line. They've loaded Mystery Impact ahead of Polar Drift. Fernando de la Cruz, Terminally Handsome drew 8. Now Polar Drift with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. going in. Totally Handsome loaded. Santo Sanjor with Rapid Justice. One more McAdoo, Greg Foley's last out maiden course and distance winner. Here's McAdoo, Mitchell Murrell riding for a hat trick on the card. They're in the gate. They're off. Totally Handsome was slow to go. To Fly and Fight broke sharply. VMAX with speed. Inclined rousted early. Here comes McAdoo up and after the front in company with Big Thomas, and Zach is right there too in tight quarters. Zach snatched back off of heels To Fly and Fight to the first turn. With Evan Roman, To Fly and Fight has pole position in front here. Short lead from VMAX with Big Thomas, and McAdoo is 4 wide around the first turn. In the meantime, Polar Drift secures position toward the inside part of the course. Polar Drift and Zach on the outside now gains as they go to the back. Then comes Inclined, settle back while racing 3 clear from Rapid Justice, who's next. Totally Handsome after a slow start, and Mystery Impact trails. The opening quarter, 23.54 seconds To Fly and Fight, 3/4 length. Mitchell Murrell has McAdoo right there alongside the leader. Zach coming out deep on the course into third, and VMAX running fourth here in the turf mile. There comes Polar Drift, who's moving in company with Inclined. Big Thomas shuffle back. Totally Handsome wide in the clear, making headway. Rapid Justice and Mystery Impact remains last of the lot. Half mile, 48.94 seconds. Zach making a bid. So here's Zach for Alberto Burgos picking up with McAdoo. Zach and McAdoo come to the forefront right at the quarter pole. From VMAX, Inclined, Totally Handsome in the orange cap. And then further back to nearest the inside, Polar Drift from Rapid Justice. To Fly and Fight led, but has dropped back. Big Thomas Mystery Impact has trailed. It's McAdoo. 3/4, 1 minute 13.54 seconds. McAdoo with first run to the final 16th. VMAX is staying on for Alex Achard. VMAX has taken the lead. On the outside is Inclined, who's coming with a bid now. Then to the inside, McAdoo is third. VMAX. A VMAX victory by a length and a half to Inclined, who gained second. McAdoo was third. Then Rapid Justice, Totally Handsome was next from Zach, who flattened. Farther back to Polar Drift. Mystery Impact beat a couple of them home. They were Big Thomas, and To Fly and Fight finished well up the course. 138.60 after the turf mile. 138.60. 3 and then a photo 3 VMAX at 3-2 first. Takes it out. Photo for second. Stand by for the third, fourth, and fifth for the Pentafecta from the judges. VMAX Alex Ajard for Ethan West. Robert Hunt's homebred. VMAX first up in 2025. The judges have posted number 2 Inclined second to the turf mile. 13, McAdoo at 7-5 third. Number 9, Rapid Justice at 34-1 getting into the Superfecta. 6, Zach into the frame for the Pentafecta. 3-2, 13-9. Zach holds fifth. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 3 VMAX with Alex Ajard. VMAX is a 4-year-old gray roan gelding by Unbridled Express out of Fighting Xena by Noble Causeway. Ethan W. West trains for Indiana breeder and owner Robert J. Hunt. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. VMAX, first up in his 4-year-old seasonal bow. Race 6 official. 3-2 exacta, $30.80. 50-cent trifecta, 3-2-13, paid $17 and change. 10-cent pentafecta, 3-2-13.96 was fifth. $136.37. Zach ran fifth in the turf mile. 4-3 double paid $36.40. Rapid Justice fourth. 10-cent superfecta, $42.75. 10 ran 138.60. Race 7 is next on the docket. In the maiden, scratch 3 Against the Wind. 4 Unbridled Hero and take out the 6 After Big Storm. With those scratches, no Pentafecta. Scratch the 10-cent Grand High 5 on the maiden. 3, 4, and 6 will be the non-runners. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double final pick 3 of the day. 5:15 post time. They're off. Totally Handsome was slow to go. To Fly and Fight broke sharply. VMAX with speed. Inclined rousted early. Here comes McAdoo up and after the front in company with Big Thomas, and Zach is right there too in tight quarters. Zach snatched back over Fields to Fly and Fight to the first turn. With Evan Roman, To Fly and Fight has pole position in front here. Short lead from VMAX with Big Thomas, and McAdoo is 4 wide around the first turn. In the meantime, Polar Drift secures position toward the inside part of the course. Polar Drift and Zach on the outside now gains as they go to the back. Then comes Inclined, settle back while racing 3 clear from Rapid Justice, who's next. Totally Handsome after a slow start, and Mystery Impact trails. The opening quarter, 23.54 seconds to Fly and Fight, 3/4 length. Mitchell Merle has McAdoo right there alongside the leader. Zach coming out deep on the course into third, and VMAX running fourth here in the turf mile. There comes Polar Drift, who's moving in company with Inclined. Big Thomas shuffle back. Totally Handsome wide in the clear, making headway. Rapid Justice and Mystery Impact remains last of the lot. Half mile, 48.94 seconds. Zach making a bid. So here's Zach for Alberto Burgos picking up with McAdoo. Zach and McAdoo come to the forefront right at the quarter pole. From VMAX, Inclined, Totally Handsome in the orange cap. And then further back to nearest the inside, Polar Drift from Rapid Justice to Fly and Fight led, but has dropped back. Big Thomas Mystery Impact has trailed. It's McAdoo. 3/4, 1 minute 13.54 seconds. McAdoo with first run to the final 16th. VMAX is staying on for Alex Achard. VMAX has taken the lead. On the outside is Inclined, who's coming with a bid now. Then to the inside, McAdoo is third. VMAX. A VMAX victory by a length and a half to Inclined, who gained second. McAdoo was third. Then Rapid Justice, Totally Handsome was next from Zach, who flattened. Farther back to Polar Drift, Mystery Impact. They're off. Totally
10 minutes away from the final main track race of the day. Hopefully we'll be able to be on that turf course for the remainder of the week. We do have live racing here on Wednesday and Thursday after a huge on-track day of racing on Memorial Day. Scratch 3, 4, and 6 out of this event. Leaves us with a field of 6 going a mile and 70 yards in here. And it's a guessing game in this race. Many horses are stretching out for the first time. Some of them got their feet wet in the racing action with sprints. Now they'll go a mile and 70 yards in here on a fast main track. Shout out to our track crew. Hasn't been an easy day to keep the track in a safe condition or in a fast condition, as those skies did open up some showers as they ever do so often here in Shelbyville, Indiana. But 9 minutes away from the 7th, so let's take a look at the final pick 3 opportunity of the day. And I landed on the favorite in here, not certainly in love with it, but with Save My Town. But I think this horse is going to improve a route of ground. 2 sprints to a route is a move that Gennaro Garcia has done with success. He wins at 14%. Also putting the blinkers on is usually a good sign. In fact, a lot of trainers don't have much success with the blinkers on. Oftentimes, it's a guessing game trying to get the horse to wake up and show something. But with Gennaro Garcia, it's not that case. When he puts the blinkers on, they win at 38%, and its first-time blinkers is 36%. Usually, they often go off at big prices. The ROI on those numbers is around $4, but not in this case. This one's likely to go off favored in here. Morning line oddmaker had it tabbed at 7-5. The projections as low as 1-2. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. in here going to try and stretch that speed of Save My Town, who hasn't run poorly by any means. This is a horse who has back-to-back seconds, hasn't shown necessarily that tenacity. I think very highly of Conference Calling. There's a reason why this horse didn't take much love on debut, because Conference Calling could be the next big thing. Amigo Meister has come back to run very well as well. So it's really no surprise. I didn't think much of it that the horse went off at 15-1 against what is some live competition in that maiden special weight debut. Came back as the favorite and lost to Sleepy by 6 lengths. Now they're going to stretch out. I think there's a lot to like about Save My Town aside from that price. There's too many question marks for me to settle for 1-2 in here. This is unlikely to be a win wager for me. I do think it's your most likely winner. However, some of the value could come from a horse like Amazing Mike. Evan Roman going to be calling the shots in here for the red-hot John Herron, who's looking for yet another winner on the card. He's only continued to improve his 22% win rate, and I actually thought this horse was running on very well late on debut. Another horse who didn't take much action, went off at 24-1. The second place finisher playing the angles did come back to win that race as well, but showed a little bit of something. Even though they were beaten by 8 lengths and they have back-to-back fourth place finishes, was running on well late. Does that mean the horse wants more ground? Not necessarily, but anytime you're running on well in a small field at potentially a very decent price, there's something to build off of. And this horse ran into it well at 6 furlongs, could take to the stretch out. I hate the angle of they closed so great sprinting, they're going to love a route of ground. That's not always the case, but in here, we at least have a building block for Amazing Mike, who could continue to improve, as they all should. 3-year-olds trying things for the first time. They're getting better with each and every start, not just physically, but mentally as well. 5-1 could be a big value player in here, but small field, long price, why not the 9? Kentucky Justice. Fernando de la Cruz looking for yet another winner on the card for him as well. Joe Davis, 22% in here with this 3-year-old by Brody's Cause. The average winning distance of the siblings is over 7 furlongs, so the breeding, you have confirmation of the breeding that they prefer long. However, only 2 out of the 5 siblings have actually won a race. So even though the breeding would suggest when they have had success, it's been around 2 turns, it's not like they are a bunch of win machines bred by U.S. Gold. So there's not a whole lot to go off of. One things that you do see in the racing form are that Joe Davis and Fernando de la Cruz, 2 guys that win races at incredibly high rates, and when they team up, they win at 23%. It's third start off the layoff, a horse who's finally catching a fast main track. First 2 races of the year were against sloppy races, sloppy racetracks, and now gets back in with 3-year-olds. That last race, a little bit better than you would think, because it was against older horses as well. Now gets in with straight 3-year-olds, and I think Kentucky Justice, drawn to the outside with connections that do not require a map to our winner's circle, could be a small field, long price to round out that late pick 3. Ian, here, as we're 5 minutes away from the 7th, we've got plenty of more racing action coming up, whatever fits your fancy. We've got a fast dirt track going a mile and 70. Then we'll get back on that turf course again. And then the beautiful and talented Martha will take over for that 250-yard sprint. The riders getting their leg up. They'll be on the track and at the gate 5 minutes from now.
Stepping onto the track now for the 7th race. This maiden carded at 1 mile and 70 yards, a field of 6. Scratch 3 against the wind, 4 Unbridled Hero, and 6 After Big Storm. No Pentafecta wagering. Scratch the Grand High 5. No Pentafecta. 3, 4, and 6 are the non-runners. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double final pick 3 of a 9-race day here at the Shoe. 3 minutes to post time. Due at 5:15. That's in 3 minutes time. Less than 1 minute 2 post time for the maiden. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time where it's 3 to 5 on Save My Town. Coming up to the rail draw, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. for Gennaro Garcia. 3 to 5, Save My Town. Rodney Prescott with Millard's Legacy loading. $14 to 1, Millard's Legacy joins Odds On Save My Town. Joseph Romero with Whiskey Trist at 1 mile 70 yards. Now Joseph Belmer with 1945. 7-2 for victory, 1945. Evan Roman with Amazing Mike. Save My Town, now the 1-2 favorite. One to 2, Save My Town. It's 7-2, 1945, and 5-1, Amazing Mike facing up to the gate. Fast Track. One more, 10 to 1 odds. Kentucky Justice. Fernando de la Cruz on the Tuesday scoreboard. They're in the gate. And they're off. Kentucky Justice broke outward. Nearest the inside, Save My Town. There's Amazing Mike going for an early run. Whiskey Trist has the red cap. After breaking outward, Kentucky Justice looks for position as they charge into the first turn. 1945, and with the rail, Millard's Legacy. So 7 furlongs to run. And with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Save My Town has pole position in front of a keen Whiskey Trist, and on the outside, Amazing Mike. Millard's Legacy taken back to settle, then Kentucky Justice, and with Joseph Belmer, 1945 has drifted back to 6th and last, 24.49 for the lead part, and it's Save My Town. So the son of Motown, Save My Town generates the pace. Save My Town in front here by 3/4 of a length to the pair of Whiskey Trist, and on the outside, Amazing Mike. It's a break of 2.5 to Millard's Legacy in the purple cap, with on the outside Kentucky Justice covering a lot of ground near the rail. 1945 looking to take closer order. Half mile in 49.47 seconds. Save My Town leads Whiskey Tristan, Amazing Mike 3 wide to 3 furlongs out. Then toward the inside is Millard's Legacy running in 4th. 1945, Kentucky Justice hard at work. It's Save My Town in the vicinity of the quarter pole. Save My Town leads. Whiskey Trist being ridden to gain. Right there now is Millard's Legacy and Amazing Mike in the 4 to 5 path. Nearest the inside, 1945 is a gaping hole. Save My Town tries to close that down. 3/4, 1 minute 14.97 seconds. Marcelino all over Save My Town. Here's Miller's Legacy. 1945 again with the rail bid past the 16th. Here's 1945 charging with Joseph Belmer. 1945 victory. 1945 out to the maiden ranks. 3/4 length to Miller's Legacy. Save My Town third with Whiskey Tryst back in fourth. $147.05 after the maiden. 7-2-1-5 unofficial. 7. 1945 victory. 2 Miller's Legacy. 5-1 second. Good effort. 1 Save My Town at 6-5 third. And 5 Whiskey Tryst was fourth. There was no pentafecta. Son of V.E. Day. 1945. Apprentice Joseph Belmer for Mike Lauer. It's 1945 at 5-2. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 7, 1945. Victory with Joseph Belmer. 1945 is a 3-year-old chestnut Ridgeling by V.E. Day. This year, 80 years on. Son of V.E. Day out of the Henny Hughes mare, Run Along. Bred here in the Hoosier State by Mike and Penny Lauer. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of 1945. Race 7 official. 7-2 exacta, $47.20. 50-cent trifecta, 7-2-1, $30.35. 3-7 double, 3-7 double, netted $26.20. 10-cent grand high 5, refunds on the pentafecta. 50-cent pick 3, 4 with the 3 with the 7. Return $40.30. With Whiskey Tryst fourth, the 10-cent superfecta, 7-2-1-5, returned $24.66. And the maiden 3, 4, and 6 were non-runners. Favorite third, 6-face starter Rank Kuick, 147.05 after the maiden. Couple more to go here on the Tuesday card. Don't forget, Wednesday and Thursday racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Next live race card tomorrow. We'll be back on Thursday at 2:10. Race 8, our third turf race on the card in the Turf Mile. Scratch 3, Prince Shim. 6, Revs Metal. Also take out the also eligibles. Scratch 13, Step on It. 14, Driftwood. 15, Chantry Flats. And the 16, Cool Rags. Scratch 3, 6. 13 through number 16 all have been scratched. 5, Squash Blossom. Add 3 pounds to the assigned program weight. And the 9th, closing with that quarter horse maiden Juvenile Dasher with a 250. Fast Track with a crosswind. 9th race to close us out. There, scratch the also eligibles. 11, Sizzlin' Ivory, and the 12, S Predestinado. 9th race, quarter horse maiden Juvenile Dash. Scratch the also eligibles, 11 and 12. Post time for the 8th race, 5:48. They're in the gate. And they're off. Kentucky Justice broke outward. Nearest the inside, Save My Town. There's Amazing Mike going for an early run. Whiskey Trist has the red cap. After breaking outward, Kentucky Justice looks for position as they charge into the first turn. 1945 and with the rail, Millard's Legacy. So 7 furlongs to run. And with Marcelino Pedroza Jr., Save My Town has pole position in front of a keen Whiskey Trist, and on the outside, Amazing Mike. Millard's Legacy taken back to settle, then Kentucky Justice, and with Joseph Belmer, 1945 has drifted back to 6th and last. 24.49 for the lead part, and it's Save My Town. So the son of Motown, Save My Town generates the pace. Save My Town in front here by 3/4 of a length to the pair of Whiskey Trist, and on the outside, Amazing Mike. It's a break of 2.5 to Millard's Legacy in the purple cap, with on the outside Kentucky Justice covering a lot of ground near the rail. 1945 looking to take closer order. Half mile in 49.47 seconds. Save My Town leads Whiskey Trist and Amazing Mike 3 wide to 3 furlongs out. Then toward the inside is Millard's Legacy running in 4th. 1945, Kentucky Justice hard at work. It's Save My Town in the vicinity of the quarter pole. Save My Town leads. Whiskey Trist being ridden to gain. Right there now is Millard's Legacy and Amazing Mike in the 4 to 5 path. Nearest the inside, 1945 is a gaping hole. Save My Town tries to close that down. 3/4, 1 minute 14.97 seconds. Marcelino all over Save My Town. Here's Millard's Legacy. 1945 again with the rail bid past the 16th. Here's 1945 charging with Joseph Belmer. 1945 victory. 1945 out to the maiden ranks. 3/4 length to Millard's Legacy. Save My Town third with Whiskey Trist back and forth. They're in the gate.
We are 10 minutes to race 8 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we have a 3-year-old and up starter optional claiming for 10,000 a mile on the grass. The 3 and the 6 are out of here in the AEs. The favorite right now is the 9 Boitano, and that's who I'm going to go with on top here. This is a 1 mile grass race, and the 9 honestly has had a few good races going on the grass, a 1:70 on a good turf. Back in January at Fairgrounds, a win by 2 lengths, then went 7.5, put up a 79. Got in some trouble, so that was a win. It says second, but if you see the asterisk in the running line and you go over, that horse was placed first. And then going today's distance of a mile at Fairgrounds, which it's a little different. The side there, but an 82 won by 2.5 with Axel aboard. So then we take off a little bit, go to April Keeneland and ran on the dirt, draw a line through that. This horse doesn't like the dirt. This horse likes the grass. Indiana turf, never ran here before. I think he's gonna love it. He's a 6-year-old gelding. And he's done a little bit of everything. He's ran 34 times. He knows his way to the winner's circle. He knows his job. In the money finishes are good. I just think he likes to route definitely on the grass, and when he's there and he gets a nice run at the lead, he's going to be hard to catch, especially with the way the track's playing. The 7 is Hydro Frost. Evan Roman is up for Michelle Elliott, and Evan looking for his first win today. Michelle having a really nice start to the meet. Here she's 16% win clip, but 42% in the money. She's looking for her first win today. This horse was in a condition claimer for 12.5 at the same distance and surface as today's race and put up a 77, getting second. Only beaten a length in there, and even got kind of roughed up at the start too, and still overcame that and ran a nice second. So let's see if we can't get him clear. And he's another horse that I think when he's on the lead, he doesn't do as well, which is weird because he does have really early speed. I'm sure Michelle has told him to kind of take it a little easy. Because if you can see, that was on Polly though. But I think he likes to kind of sit back and see what's going on. Michelle has another one that I included in my pick for the 8, Mine Own Star, who I'd include. But to round out my try, I'm going to go with the 2 on the tote board right now at 5-2, and that is Nip and Tuck. Manny Esquivel is aboard here for Cipriano Contreras. His uncle Sippy has this 5-year-old gelding by Stay Thirsty, ready to go, I think, off of an April start at Oaklawn. Ran a couple times here. Turfway, tried the Poly, didn't like it. Went to Oaklawn, I think was in a little bit tougher. Is dropping down in class, which is key for this guy. He's ran plenty on Indiana turf. 5 of his 7 wins have been here in a very similar race. Now, his last time that he ran a mile on the turf, he was 4th, but he was beaten less than a length in that race. So even though you see that he finished 4th, he was right there at the end. That was his last really nice route turf race, October 28th of last year. I've got 9-7-2, but if you're playing a super, I definitely throw in Michelle's other horse, the 8, in here. My top selection right now, and the current favorite at 9-5, it looks like, is Boitano. Good luck.
horses called postward now for race 8. This one of 3 today, Cardiff for the turf course. If you're just joining, course rated good. Turf rail set at 36 feet this race week. Here, Fieldo 10. Scratch from the starter turf mile, the 3 Prince Shim, 6 Revs Metal. Take out the 13 Step on It, 14 Driftwood, 15 Chantry Flats, and 16 Cool Rags. Scratch 3, 6, 13 through number 16, all have been withdrawn. 5 Squash Blossom, 3 over. Exacta Trifecta, Superfecta, 10-cent Pentafecta wagering here on the turf mile. Starts at the late double. 9th race closing the card with a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 250. 9th race there, scratch the also eligibles. 11 Sizzling Ivory and 12 S Predestinado fast track for the finale. 2 minutes here, 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. For a final time today, crossing over to the turf course on final approach for the mile start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading Aaron Court with J.W. Ruckus first in here for the turf mile. Fernando Villa Cruz with Mine Own Star joined. Manny Esquivel, Nip and Tuck up and in. Joe Rocco Jr. with Boitano. Now Oscar Villarreal with Kentucky Ghost. Alberto Burgos, Graceful Kitten went in well. Felix Sostadillo with Squash Blossom. Over the mile, Samir Bermudez with Epimethium. Boitano 7-5 favorite. Waiting for Hydro Frost and Juanita's Express. Evan Roman, Hydro Frost in, so stand by. Rafael Mojica Jr., Juanita's Express to complete the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. Boitano broke well, along with Hydro Frost. Kentucky Ghost right there as they fan across the course here in the early stages. Hydro Frost emerging with the lead from a close-up Mine Own Star. Epimethium with an early bid, and Boitano is right there as they make their way into the first turn. Then toward the inside is Squash Blossom running in fifth. Graceful Kitten in tight quarters in sixth. With on the outside, Juanita Express covering a lot of ground. J.W. Ruckus gets a nice rail run. Kentucky Ghost got shuffled back, and Nip and Tuck trails. The opening quarter covered in 23.20 seconds. As they go up the back of the course, and it's Hydro Frost with Evan Roman. Hydro Frost is out in front, leads by a couple of lengths to Mine Own Star, who's just nudged into second. Boitano making progress now. Nearest the inside is Squash Blossom running in fourth. Juanita's Express in fifth, going past the half-mile pole. Mine Own Star, J.W. Ruckus, Graceful Kitten, Nip and Tuck up one spot, and Kentucky Ghost now trails the turf mile. Half-mile passed in 47.96 seconds as they traverse the far side of the course. It's Hydro Frost, who's been doing this nicely out in front for Evan Roman. Hydro Frost making the look every yard. Here leads here by 3 to Boitano, who now pursues into second, with Epimethium in third as they come for home. Squash Blossom is in fourth. Graceful Kitten, Mine Own Star. Nip and Tuck is fanned wide. They're homeward bound after 3 quarters in 1 minute 11.40 seconds. Hydro Frost staring at one more furlong, but is wide into a 6-length lead. Hydro Frost, Boitano, Epimethium packs it in. Nip and Tuck is staying on stoutly. Nip and Tuck trying to get to the wire here in front of Hydro Frost. Here it is, Hydro Frost by a gray neck or so to Nip and Tuck, who made a late bid, and then Boitano with Kentucky Ghost, who made up ground in the stretch, and Squash Blossom was next across the finish. $137.61 after the turf mile. Judges calling for a win photograph. It was 7-1 on Hydro Frost. Will make every yard. Hydro Frost with this much left in the tank. Seven, 2, 9, 4 in the 5 runs fifth for the Pentafecta after the turf mile. 7. Hydro Frost at 7 to 1, holding on. 2, Nip and Tuck at 4 to 5, just ran out of ground. 9, Boitano at 5 to 2 odds third. 4, Kentucky Ghost, 11 to 1 fourth late interest, and 5, Squash Blossom at 52 to 1 getting into the Pentafecta slot. Hydro Frost, Evan Roman, Michelle Elliott. Elliott Racing, son of Frosted, at 7 to 1 for a score. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 7, Hydro Frost, making all under Evan Roman. Hydro Frost is a 6-year-old. Gray Roan Gelding by Frosted. Out of the Rock Hard 10 mare, Lucy and Diamonds. Bred in Kentucky by Stonehaven Steadings. Racing for Michelle Elliott's Elliott Racing at LC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Hydro Frost takes out the turf mile. Race 8 official. $7-2 exacta paid $34.40. 50-cent trifecta, $7-2-9, $25.60. 10-cent superfecta, $7-2-9-4, $16.21. 50-cent pick 3, $54.85. Pair of sevens for the double, $65.80. $1 late pick 4 presented by iToba. Return $791.50. The 50-cent late pick 5, 5 of 5, $1,874.65. 10-cent pentafecta, 72945, returned $182.36. Squash Blossom ran 5th in the turf mile. 137.61. 16 minutes away from the finale. Race 9 closing the card with a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 250 yards. Fast track, scratch the also eligibles. 11 Sizzling Ivory and 12 S Predestinado. Overweights, the 5 Valiant, the Storm +2. 6 of Flair for Politics, 7 over. 7 CB Princess Haley, +3. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta on the 10-cent quarter horse, Pentafecta. Post time 6:17. Again. And they're off. Boitano broke well, along with Hydro Frost. Kentucky Ghost right there as they fan across the course here in the early stages. Hydro Frost emerging with the lead from a close-up Mine Own Star. Epimethium with an early bid, and Boitano is right there as they make their way into the first turn. Then toward the inside is Squash Blossom running in 5th. Graceful Kitten in tight quarters in 6th. With on the outside, Juanita Express covering a lot of ground. JW Ruckus gets a nice rail run. Kentucky Ghost got shuffled back, and Nip and Tuck trails. The opening quarter covered in 23.20 seconds. As they go up the back of the course, and it's Hydro Frost with Evan Roman. Hydro Frost is out in front, leads by a couple of lengths. To Mine Own Star, who's just nudged into second. Boitano making progress now. Nearest the inside is Squash Blossom running in 4th. Juanita's Express in 5th, going past the half-mile pole. Mine Own Star, JW Ruckus, Graceful Kitten, Nip and Tuck up one spot, and Kentucky Ghost now trails the turf mile. Half-mile passed in 47.96 seconds as they traverse the far side of the course. It's Hydro Frost, who's been doing this nicely out in front for Evan Roman. Hydro Frost making the look every yard. Here leads here by 3 to Boitano, who now pursues into second, with Epimethium in 3rd as they come for home. Squash Blossom is in 4th. Graceful Kitten, Mine Own Star. Nip and Tuck is fanned by their homeward bound after 3 quarters in 1 minute 11.40 seconds. Hydro Frost staring at one more furlong, but is wide into a 6-length lead. Hydro Frost, Boitano, Epimethium packs it in. Nip and Tuck is staying on stoutly. Nip and Tuck trying to get to the wire here in front of Hydro Frost. Here it is, Hydro Frost, by a gray neck or so to Nip and Tuck, who made a late bid, and then Boitano again.
Well, we'll close the card out today with another maiden for 2-year-olds. These are registered Indiana breds. We do have a scratch of number 11, but a full field of 10 competing at 250 yards. And as we've seen in our previous races for these juveniles who have never run before, they have some training race experience, but a lot of times they just have to overcome their nerves with the whole process of being saddled and loading in the gate and the noise. And yesterday was quite a crowd and all that stuff. So anyway, all we can do is go by what we see so far and know that just like yesterday, a bunch of promising horses, several had issues loading into the gate. So their trainers will take them to the gate in the mornings, school them before we get ready for futurity trials. Okay, well, let's go to the paddock and take a look. And I'm going to begin with number 8, and that's Sizzling Heart. Trainer Tony Cunningham and his go-to rider, Danny Martinez, scored a juvenile winner yesterday. Real nice. And this was a training race winner who came out, didn't have the easiest trip, but prevailed. The horse was Political Winner. And now Tony's got 2 entrants in the finale today, and I'm going with the number 8, Sizzling Heart, training race winner here on April 25th, which could bode well for him. Bred by Joyce and Eric Lettner. And this filly, I think she just looks like she's got a lot of talent and ready to roll. Nice Indiana bred for her first start. Danny Martinez already had 7 wins this season. He's a very good veteran pilot. All right, next up for me is number 3, Queen Vienne Chick. Now, she debuts for high percentage conditioner Claudio Barazza. And she'll be ridden by last year's leading quarter horse jockey, and that was Edgar Diaz. This is a filly. I love the pedigree. She's sire is KVN Corona, who's been doing really well with his last 2 crops. And this filly is out of a favorite cartel mare. So you got the pedigree, very, very good pedigree on the top and bottom. Now, she also was a winner of her 250-yard training race, and she scored in 14.38 seconds. So obviously that's good experience. Claudio always impresses us with his skill at conditioning these horses. He had last year's horse of the meet, and that was Mr. Michael. And I'm going to tell you a little bit more about him as we get to the weekend action. All right, we're going to go next to number 10, and that's Vikina. This is the only horse in the race that has had a previous start. It was a couple months ago at the very, very tough Remington Park meet that takes place in Oklahoma. And now she joins the barn of Ricardo Martinez, who actually bred this filly, but he had another conditioner train her back in April, or for her for her debut at Remington. Ricardo's an excellent horseman. He bred this filly by Corona's Leaving You. She's going to be ridden by Martin Munoz. A totally underrated rider. He rides for just a couple horsemen, including Ricardo. He's 80% in the money, so you certainly don't want to overlook this duo with a horse that made a start. The only question mark is how the horse will respond to this track surface versus the one he debuted on. Anyway, whatever. You always got to throw a wrench into the system. All right, I'm going to round out my top 4 with number 6, and that's a Flair for Politics. Current leading quarter horse conditioner Tim Eggleston has 2 in this field. Tony and Tim always team up with 2, and believe me, it's not easy deciding between the 2 of them. But I'm going to go with number 6, a Flair for Politics, training race winner on April 26th. Rolando Pena, who's been a big part of Tim's stable for a long time, has the call. And always respect Eggleston with his 2-year-olds. Of course, 2 years ago, he had Red-Headed Beach, the first and only juvenile in Indiana quarter horse racing to win 3 futurities in 1 year. That's crazy stuff. Okay, so my top 4 in TV, guys, I promise it's right this time. I messed up yesterday. 8, 3, 10, 6. 8, 3, 10, 6. But I always like to include one long shot if you're going to play our quarter horse pentafecta. And today's long shot will be number 9, Too Much Corona 23. 20 to 1 in the morning line. German Rodriguez, who was one of our most accomplished jockeys, is now training horses, and his horses have been running very well this meet. All right, well, we'll let you go, but one quick reminder, we'll be back tomorrow, Wednesday and Thursday, but mark your calendars for our first all quarter horse day, which is Saturday, this coming Saturday, May 31st, 10:45 start. I will be talking about all the exciting races coming up as the days go by. But don't miss the day, 10:45 a.m. start. Have a good evening, everybody.
The horses stepping onto the track for the 9th race to close out the card. Quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 250 yards. A field of 10 scratch the also eligibles. 11 Sizzling Ivory and 12 S Predestinado. Overweights 5 Valiant the Storm +2. 6 A Flair for Politics 7 over. 7 CB Princess Haley 3 extra pounds. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta on the finale. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. First timer A.E. King JB uses a flipping halter. A.E. King JB, the first one in. And back of the gate, LB Vegas train is loose. So Lopez up and keeping an eye here on LB Vegas train, who's been apprehended. Quarter horse maiden juveniles going into the gate here for the finale. Leading LB Vegas train back toward the gate. In the meantime, A.E. King JB standing in there all alone. Now, LB Vegas train joins A.E. King JB. A flair for politics coming up. A flair for politics won a training race here. Now, DNA Valiant Dale. CB Princess Haley. The first of Tony Cunningham's two. Edgar Diaz with Queen VN Chick. Into post 3, Queen VN Chick. CB Princess Haley is in. Now Sizzling Heart. Again, A.E. King JB with that flipping halter was first loaded and has been standing in there very well. Valiant the Storm. Couple in back. Too Much Corona 23. Fast Track. Too Much Corona 23. One more. Martin Munoz with Vikina. Fast Track Crosswind to close out the card. Over the 250 yards, Wednesday post time, 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Okay, last of the day. All in. Off in the Tuesday finale. And Too Much Corona 23 broke inward. Good starts for DNA Valiant Dale with LB Vegas train past the 220. And here comes that charge now from Vikina. It's Vikina. Vikina to win it from Queen VN Chick. A flair for politics among those next across in the maiden juvenile finale. Photo finish. Hold all tickets. Ten, 3, 6, 2, 1, 10, Vikina. 4-1 first, 3, Queen Vienne Chick. 2-1 second, 6, A Flair for Politics. 6-1 getting into the trifecta. 2, DNA Valiant Dale was fourth, and 1, LB Vegas Train fifth. 10-3, 6-2-1. .573 seconds after the maiden juvenile dash. 13.573. Second time starter, Vikina beats all the newcomers. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 10, Vikina with Marty Munoz. Vikina is a 2-year-old sorrel filly by Coronas, Leaving You. The Mr. Jess Perry mare, Jess My Joy, bred here in the Hoosier State by trainer and owner Ricardo Martinez. After a Remington Park debut, here Vikina was second to none of the shoe. Ninth race official. Final results in. 10-3 exact to pay $38.20. The 50-cent trifecta. 10-3-6, $58.80. 7-10 double, $200 even. 10-cent superfecta, $38.41. The 50-cent pick 3, 7 with the 7 with the 10 Vikina. $695.15 on the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta. 10-3-6-2-1 paid $311.49. LB Vegas Train ran fifth in the maiden. 13.573 seconds. Fast track with a crosswind. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here at the races. Cheers to all who tuned in. Next live race card. In fact, this week, Wednesday and Thursday racing here from 2:10 p.m. Eastern. First floor OTB Open Daily. Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino, open 24/7. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today from the broadcast booth. Go Pacers! Track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night.
Results are in for today's Jocks Agent contest. Congratulations to Steve Bays for being our drawing winner for today's Jocks Agent contest. Thank you for being here at Horseshoe Indianapolis and have a great night.
Off in the Tuesday finale. And Too Much Corona 23 broke inward. Good starts for DNA Valiantdale with LB Vegas train past the 220. And here comes that charge now from Vikina. It's Vikina. Vikina to win it from Queen VN Chick. Off in the Tuesday finale. And Too Much Corona 23 broke inward. Good starts for DNA Valiantdale with LB Vegas train past the 220. And here comes that charge now from Vikina. It's Vikina. Vikina to win it from Queen VN Chick. Off in the Tuesday finale. And Too Much Corona 23 broke inward. Good starts for DNA Valiantdale with LB Vegas train past the 220. And here comes that charge now from